Good morning, councillors. Good morning, councillors. May you please take your seats? May you please take your seats, councillors? Councillors, please take your seat so that we are able to count whether we form a quorum. Please take your seats. MMC Zane and Councillor Matebula, take your seats, please. Please take your seats, councillors. Thank you. Councillors, let's proceed with our meeting. If everybody can be seated. Councillor, please take your seat. Councillors, please take your seats. May I have order, please? May I request that all councillors, we keep order? Thank you. Thank you very much. We form a quorum, then we are proceeding with our meeting. Honorable aldermen, alderwomen, aldermen and councillors, due notice what was given to council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare the meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Thank you very much. His Worship, the Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, member of the Mayoral Committee, leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairperson of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents and public, I welcome you all and this council meeting. Honorable members, honorable councillors, let me also express a special word of welcome to the Gauteng MEC of Caucus, Mr. Mzi Khumalo, who is with us today, seated in the gallery to observe our council proceedings. MEC, you are welcome. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, Councillor Ntapo, Thank you. The meeting has started. If you can, Councillor Modise, please go to your seat quietly. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, let me also officially welcome Councillor Kaukelo Stephans Piri, who was recently elected ANC Ward Councillor for Ward 105, and Councillor Makabu Alex Kubu, the newly elected Defenders of the People, DOP, PR Councillor, replacing former Councillor V.S. Mukoni. Councillors, can you please rise so that we can welcome you and acknowledge you? Please rise. Thank you. Please, you may sit down. Thank you, councillors. Congratulations and welcome to the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Council. Application for leave of absence. Councillors, can I be the only one that is speaking? Can I be the only one that is speaking? Councillor on the phone, can you put your phone aside so that we can be able to proceed proper? Thank you. Honorable councillors, for purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from the council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with our city's processes in acquiring leave of absence. Councillor Obakeng Ramabudu, EFF leave. Councillor Rebecca Monchusi, EFF sick leave. And Councillor Benjamin Bisulwani, EFF family responsibility. No councillors arranged to arrive late and no councillors requested to leave early. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Official notice. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Speaker, Councillor Malusi requested that you'll be arriving late. I think he should be here in the next 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you please advise him next time to report to the Chief Whip, please? Advise him, not so that you mustn't pass the message on his behalf. He must call the Chief Whip. No, fine. No, I've noted. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, casual vacancy had declared in the council as a result of the resignation of Councillor V.S. Mukoni, DOP, PR Councillor. Honorable councillors, in line with item 18 of Schedule 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998, Act 117 of 1998, I have received the communication dated 17 April from the Independent Electoral Commission declaring Councillor M.A. Kubu, whom we earlier welcomed in this council as the replacement of former Councillor Mukoni. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed by the Speaker. Honorable councillors, the reports contained. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we are requesting a 30 minutes caucus before we even get to reports. Thank you.
Councillor, can you allow me to finish opening the council meeting? Then I will allow the caucus. Thank you. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Part 2 of our agenda were received from the leader of the executive business on the 21st April 2023 and delivered to you on a SharePoint on the same day. These reports are agent and some legislated, and therefore they must serve today. I trust that the executive mayor will also speak on these items when he submits his reports to us today. Reports allowed by the Speaker. Honorable Councillors, Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders provides for reports and matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed in the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following reports under Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders. Office of the Chief Whip of Council, Annual Report 2020-2021, Adjustment of Council remuneration in terms of the determination of upper limit of salaries, allowance, and benefits of a different members of Municipality Council. Office of the Chief Whip, that is the second one. Office of the Chief Whip of Council, Annual 2021-2022 Adjustment of Council remuneration in terms of the determination of upper limits of salaries, allowance, and benefits of different members of Municipal Council. We will get to these reports at the end of the agenda. Consideration of minutes of the previous council meeting. Honorable Council, I now put to you the minutes of the special council meeting on the 28th February 2023 for approval. Approved. Honorable Council, I now put to you the minutes of the special council meeting of 17 March 2023 for approval. Approved? Yes. Honorable Councillors, now I put to you minutes of a special council meeting of 28 March 2023 for approval. Approved? Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the special council meeting of the 12th of April 2023 for approval. Approved? Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the special council meeting of a special council meeting of 13 and 14 April 2023 for approval. Approved? Thank you very much. Reports to council. Alderman Maluleka.
No, thanks, Speaker. On the minutes of the 13th of March, I just want to check whether your name is captured correctly, that you are the Speaker. Because I think you are 30 days now in office, or 29. We must congratulate you for that, against wishes of others. Just check what is written there. Otherwise, it can be changed. Then we can find Khulu from Action SA in the name. Just check the correctness of the minutes. We don't want problems there, Speaker. In the minutes of the 13th of March, Special Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Maluleka. Yes, I am still the Speaker. And the whip of the EFF. Yeah.
No, I was just reminding you to not forget my request that before you get to the reports, let us go for a caucus so that there is order and we can proceed nicely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the whip of the EFF. I was on the last item before I give you. We agreed that we will allow the mayor to table the reports. Then after that, I give you a caucus time. So the executive mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to you, Honourable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honourable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, the Chief Whip of Council, the Leader of Executive Business, members of the Mayoral Committee, leaders of political parties represented in Council, Honourable Aldermen and Councillors, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, officials of the city, members of the media, residents of the city of Tshwane, and of course, also welcome to the MEC for Cogta, who is represented here. Also, from the side of the multi-party coalition and the mayoral committee, please accept my warmest welcome to this meeting of the Municipal Council. May we honor the people of Tshwane and our commitment to their shared interests by the way that we conduct the business of council so that we can build a capital city that works for all of its people. In the past month, the city has endured a number of crises, from the collapse of several 132 kV electricity pylons, which temporarily eliminated about 300 megawatts of electricity, to the breakdown of systems at Rand Water, leading to prolonged water outages in the east of the city. Both the pylon collapse and the Rand Water crisis were severe tests of the city's resilience, our ability to overcome setbacks, to act quickly, to communicate clearly, and to devise innovative solutions. I want to thank officials who worked tirelessly to restore services to residents, and in the case of the pylon collapse, I want to thank Eskom and the Minister of Electricity for their assistance and support. I want to thank the businesses who helped us guard critical infrastructure and who gave kind assistance to our staff. I also want to thank councillors, in particular the ward councillors of the affected communities, who helped us to share information with the public as it became available. Speaker, it is of course the ward councillors who often face the brunt of public anger and frustration. The wholesale interruption of services exposed the city's vulnerability, the shortage of cash, the backlogs in infrastructure, the insecurity of our infrastructure to criminal attack, our dependence on single bulk suppliers of water and electricity, and deficiencies in management and organizational culture. To become less vulnerable and more resilient, and to escape the maelstrom of state failure that is a feature of daily life for most South Africans, the city of Tshwane urgently needs to get our own house in order. We need to restore financial control and, in particular, fill long vacant senior management positions. If we are going to build a capital city that works for all of its people, one that we can all be proud of, we need to recruit a professional, apolitical top management structure that can serve the government of the day, whoever that government might be from time to time. To this end, the multi-party coalition have agreed on the following critical reports for the consideration of the Municipal Council. One, the adjustments budget that served at the last meeting of Council. We believe that all parties have now had the chance to scrutinize the mid-year adjustments that we propose to make to the current medium-term revenue and expenditure framework. The member of the Mayoral Committee for Finance, Alderman Peter Sutton, and I have met with the representatives of several parties to answer questions and to reassure them that the adjustment budget will not unfairly privilege any community above any other, and to share our own concerns if this adjustment budget is once again not passed. In this respect, I must inform Council that I've received a letter from the MEC for Finance in Gauteng expressing support for the readmission of the adjustments budget and warning that if the Municipal Council failed to approve an adjustments budget, that he would recommend intergovernmental sanctions against Tshwane, including specifically the withholding of the city's equitable share. I have responded to the MEC and brought to his attention that on this count he is mistaken. In terms of the MFMA, it is not peremptory for a Municipal Council to pass an adjustment budget, and so the failure to do so does not constitute a failure of any legislative or executive obligations. But the adjustment budget is essential for good financial housekeeping to ensure that our spending is in line with our revenue and to prevent incurring unauthorized expenditure. The second item is the advertisement of Section 56 positions, the senior managers who will report directly to the city manager. The political instability in council has resulted in the delay of the recruitment process. It has also necessitated the extension of acting appointments in Section 56 positions. These acting appointments are essential as we take the necessary steps to fill the Section 56 positions on a permanent basis. Speaker, there is also an errata report to the annual report that served in the Municipal Council in January. The chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee has informed the Mayoral Committee that an annexure to this report was in fact erroneous. It was a draft instead of the final product. And so for the sake of greater caution, this is resubmitted to Council. Finally, among the reports I want to highlight to Council for particular attention is a recommendation to seek the necessary approval to extend the city's property valuation role. Due to various unusual circumstances described in the report, the city will not be able to meet the statutory deadlines to compile a new valuation role for the purposes of levying property rates. And so, for the continued functioning of the city, we seek Council's approval to ask for the extension of the current valuation role as necessary steps are taken to compile a new one. Speaker, these reports are tabled along with the other reports contained in Part 1 and Part 2 of the Council agenda. In addition, I confirm that the draft budget and IDP for the next financial year, as approved for public comment at the last Council meeting, is in fact available for such public input. In conclusion, please accept my warmest wishes for Freedom Day, celebrated tomorrow. May we honor the constitutional compact on which this democracy was founded, and may we rekindle the hope of that day in 1994 in the governance of this capital city. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors. Chief Whip of the EFF, please allow me to continue. And councillors, please don't be. Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. The reports are submitted. Now I'll give the 30 minutes caucus to the EFF. Thank you. We come back at 10 past 11. 10 past 11, we must be back. Thank you very much. vacancy. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, let's start our meeting. That's fine.
It goes through,
Councillors, let's continue, please. Can you please take your seats? Councillors, let's continue with our meeting. Thank you, councillors. Let's take our seats. Councillors, please take your seats. Councillor Modise, can we take the seats, please? Please take your seats. We need to continue with the meeting. Whip of the ANC, EFF, and the other leaders, please take your seats. Alderman Maluleke, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councillors, can we take your seats? Can the meeting that you are having there comes to an end? Councillor Boucher, can you stop this meeting, please? Thank you very much. We are way out of time. We're supposed to start at 10 past 11, so we took an extra time, which I think I'll be to understand why.
Thank you very much, yes, Speaker. Speaker, we would like to thank you for giving us an opportunity to have our quick caucus that was not as quick as we thought it was going to be. Speaker, we see that there is going to be concoction here, a lot of concoction that we are not happy with as the EFF. Many issues. So there was an issue of moving the agenda item number 26 to number 1, which as the EFF we do not agree with. We do not think that it assists this council. And as well, Speaker, we do not believe that this is in spirit with what has happened before, because this particular issue has been defeated here in council and should not even be coming back to council currently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My apologies. My mic was not working, and I think it's important that you hear what I'm going to say and my response. If I may respond to what the Chief Whip of the EFF is raising. If we go to MFMA, Section 25, failure to approve budget before start of budget year. Then 25.1, if a municipality council fails to approve an annual, including revenue-raising measures necessary to give effect to the budget, the council must reconsider the budget and again vote on a budget or on an amendment version, therefore, within 7 days of the council meeting that failed to approve the budget. That is Section 25. So thank you very much. Therefore, we are moving with our meeting. Chief Whip of EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you've just quoted 7 days there. On your reference to MFMA. And unless if I'm confused here, if you are saying 7 days, we count back to the number of days that dating back to the day that we held our special council. It's not 7 days, it's longer than that. So let's not create impression that we are following the rules, but we also not following them on the same hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip of the EFF. Let me continue on Section 25.2. The process provides for, in subsection 1, must be repeated until a budget, including revenue-rising measures necessary to give effective to the budget, is approved. That is section 25(2). Thank you. Can we then continue? Councillor Middleburg?
Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between a budget and an adjustments budget. A budget must be approved. An adjustments budget does not need to be approved. And the Act uses different wording for an adjustments budget and a budget. And when the Act uses different wording for it or a different description for it, it must have a different meaning to it. There is no obligation for us to approve an adjustments budget. And in terms of Rule 19, Sub-Rule 4, it is quite clear that the adjustment budget served before this council within 3 months previously and was rejected. You are obliged to reject retabling this adjustments budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Middleburg. There is a point of order. Can I take the point of order first, then to you, Councillor Leof? Point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Number one, a member can only speak on an item once, and we don't have an item before us now. We are debating a feedback from EFF as per Section 6, of which that it does not allow, Section 6 does not allow a debate to happen on a feedback. Number two, you have made a ruling in terms of Section 40, and therefore, whoever that does not agree with your ruling can refer it to rules and ethics. Besides that, you have even went further to give a grapevine in terms of explaining as far as the legislation stipulates. But fourthly, we have a letter from the MEC, and the MEC is right here looking at us to make sure that we adopt this particular budget. Why we can't respect the MEC, who are the overseers of the same council that we are in? Can we make sure that, hey,
Thank you very much. Councillors, I want us to continue with the business of the day today. Noted. I want to continue with the business of the day today, and I'm hoping that all of us will be able to work together to make sure that we proceed in a very smoothly way. Point of order, Councillor Matebul.
Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to inform you, Speaker, that if the MEC was here to take a decision for us, he could have simply written a letter to us and directing us on what to do. He is here to oversee the process, but not to take the decision for us. So please address Katleho, not to tell us, not to.
But please, councillors, don't assist me. Allow him to finish, then I'll correct him if I have to correct him. Please don't assist me. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Makhaleni, angayiromi, ayitisangi yena.
Councillor Makhaleni. Thank you.
Councillor Makhaleni, angayiromi la one, Speaker, ayitisangi yena. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the point was made. So let's continue with our meeting. That is, yes, Councillor.
Speaker, I would like to bring it to attention that there is an issue here with outside the security with DOP people that are contesting the new councillor that is here. And Speaker, as you know that this matter is in court, we've been trying and fighting as the EFF to make sure that all councillors of this council are protected. These people are stuck outside there and they want this councillor now to go out and address them if he claims to be their councillor. So maybe the House must give him, the House must give this man an opportunity to address his people outside. Let him just go outside and address his people.
I don't, Ima, wait, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know whether you are speakers because he's addressing me. So, Fosi, please don't do this again. He's addressing me. Can you then, come on, councillors, he's addressing me. Then please don't assist me. I beg you. I will respond on what he's saying. I do have a response, but allow me to do that. Finish up, Councillor.
Thank you. So if the councillor claims that these are his people, he must go and address them outside. We give him some time so that we don't have disruptions and our cars don't get stoned out there. We need to make sure that the councillors report to the constituency. So out there, we have a situation that must be contained. Thank you. These ones are howlers. They are here for that. Don't put their hand down, man.
Thank you very much. And to respond on what you are saying, I don't think we can do that. We cannot take a councillor to go outside and address the public. There is time for that. Today is time for the business that we have, and we are continuing with the business that we have. And just to clear it up, I'm not opening it for debate, but just to clear it up, we have received a correspondence from the IEC in terms of the appointment of the new councillor that is with us. Then for the chief whip of EFF said the issue is in court, and I've got a letter. I've been waiting for a letter from court that say the issue has been struck off. So therefore, the councillor stays until otherwise. Thank you very much. Now let's continue. Yes, Councillor.
Because we don't want to bring.
Sorry, Councillor. There's a councillor. Forgive me. I'll start your names. Forgive me. There's a councillor behind you that raised their hand before you. Councillor, EFF.
Yeah, Speaker, there is center here in the year. Speaker, we don't want any errata report. You will recognize the councillor there because we are still on my issue. Speaker, this issue was struck off the agent roll, was not struck off the court. So it was just on the agent roll. So let's not confuse issues and create a confusion in this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I recognize you then, MMC?
No, thanks very much, Speaker. You have not ruled on what Councillor Lex has raised because he's raising the matters of legislation. So he says that this council does not have an obligation of passing adjustment budget. And that is true because the extension, we wish to have that letter, that correspondence which wait, man, I'm not.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Makalin, please. Please. Okay. Please. Continue, Councillor.
Now, what we are reading in terms of MFMA, Speaker, is that the extension can only be given on the annual budget. That is 16.1. It's explicit in this FMA that particular extension can be given in relation to annual budget, not the adjustment budget. So we therefore say to you that we don't have an obligation to repeat that item which failed to serve or has served here and was not passed in the previous budget. So let's move on and let's exclude that particular item, Speaker, and focus on any other thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We to respond to that, we had MMC after. To respond on that, Councillor, we had a programming yesterday, which we agreed that we are moving with the program that is in front of us and addressing all items that are in front of us. And also, again, this morning, I've called the leaders and the whips to discuss the issue of advancing the report that is item number 26 as item number 1. There was no objection to say this item mustn't go to council. This item mustn't be discussed. And even this morning, there was no objection to say we cannot allow this item to go on. So therefore, the consultations that I've made as a speaker was to make sure that we move swiftly in the council. So the objections that are coming in now were not raised. Yes, Councillor Middelberg may raise his point to say that he won't be supporting this, and that has to be made in record, but he will do that when he's giving the speech. But when we meet here this morning, just 10 minutes, noted, Councillor, just 10 minutes before we start, there was no objection, except that the Alderman Malulega, the Chief Whip of ANC, asked for a few minutes so that he can have a word with the leader of the EFF. So there were no objections. There is nothing that says let us not deal with this report today. After MMC, let me call the MMC, then you. MMC Setting.
Speaker, thank you. I yield. Accept your ruling. Thank you.
What? So say that again, MMC.
Say I yield, Speaker. I abide by your ruling. Thank you very much.
MMC offense, then Chief Whip of the EFF. He's got a point of order that is raising. Noted, Councillor Middelberg.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You see, Speaker, let us not distort the facts here.
Councillor is on a point of order. Please allow him to speak. Thank you.
So what you have just presented, Speaker, is partially correct, but also incorrect in a sense.
Leader of the EFF of Chief Whip, the MMC raised a point of order before you. So can we allow him to give the point of order? No offense, then after you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on these rules and orders 36, 1 and 2. 1, the tedious repetition by the Chief Whip of the EFF, Speaker, must be called to order. He continues to speak on the one issue, and you have made a ruling. And my Deputy Chief Whip has made it clear that anyone who has a problem with your ruling must take you to rules and ethics. Number 2, the very same Speaker, Councillor Ratikwan, has impaired on the dignity and honor of Councillor McCullen by calling him this thing. I would like him to withdraw. Failure to do so, I would like to refer him to rules and orders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you, Chief Whip of the EFF, to withdraw or to apologize? Then once you are done with that, you can come in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the first thing is to check whether I've said that or not. You can already instruct me to withdraw something you've not verified whether I've said or not. And also you must check and refer to your hindsight, because there's no point did I refer to any individual as this thing. Why would I do that? So let's not be partisan when we rule, and also make sure that these people don't hoodwink you into making rulings that are unjustified. Thank you.
Noted. He's taking his point of order. Are you in? You are done. Okay, Councillor Alderman Malulega. Sorry, then Councillor Leof. Okay. Councillor Leof, can you come? Sorry. Thank you. Councillor Leof, can you come before Alderman Malulega?
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. There's just one item that I want to raise, that
Yes, indeed, the EFF has requested a caucus earlier, and our whip has reported on that. Yes, indeed, that you have convened the leaders of the different political parties in the morning, and I think that I was part of those who were in front of you when you were requesting that item number 24, 26 must then become item number 1. Well, in our caucus, that matter has been raised, as reported by the chief whip, which is one of the grounds why we had to meet. And the articulation of the caucus is that they don't agree with the item to be part of the agenda, and second to that, that it be rerouted into becoming item number 1. Motivation to that is that you have just indicated that you had a programming yesterday, and the decision was taken that the agenda must stay as it is and not be amended. So there is no point that the business of a council must be rerouted to please the visitors. We appreciate that the MEC is here and is here to observe, and that does not affect our business. So let him observe how we conduct our business from item number 1 until the last item on the agenda, and that is the submission of the organization.
Thank you very much. To respond on that, in programming yesterday, we agreed that we'll follow the sequence of the agenda, and also if it needs be by 12 o'clock, we advance the 5 reports that were tabled as agent, and those reports, one of them is an adjustment budget. If it needs be by 12 o'clock, we must do that. That is the part that I didn't mention in terms of the agenda. And now it's 12 o'clock, and my plan was that.
Yeah, Caucus, you fix the mic.
You can continue, Councilor Mandela.
No, thanks, Speaker.
Yeah.
Thanks, Speaker. I think issues that are raised by our colleagues, they're genuine, and they need to be listened to. But I believe, Chair, let's then deal with what is in the business. And when we get to that item called adjustment budget, we can ventilate and have our blows exchanged on the matter and finalize it on how we are going to capture it. Because my belief is that since we started at 10, we agreed that there are important other items except the adjustment budget. Then had we started it, had I been listened to yesterday, by now 12 o'clock would have been done by 10 or 15 items, or with 10 or 15 items, would have concluded. Now we are stuck with what I warned you against, Speaker. And I think one thing that we need to appreciate is that you are the Speaker of Council. You're not taking side and everything. I see even those that didn't agree that you should be the Speaker clapping hands today. And when you differ with them, they must also agree in the same vein that you are providing leadership. Therefore, my request, Speaker, is that let's get to the items and then when we deal with the adjustment, consider what is being said by our colleagues. So that when a decision is made, it's made on the basis that we have agreed on a number of issues that are raised, be legislative, be technical, or any other issue. They should be listened to. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. As I said earlier on, that I was going to use my discretion if then there's a need to advance the reports. but also we agreed that follow the sequence. And now let's move with the business of the day. Councillor Middleburg.
Speaker, just to correct recollections here and place that on record. Yesterday at programming, and the whole function of programming is to try and smooth the way forward. You were notified that the point of order would be raised. You indicated that you were predisposed to dismiss the point of order. I can accept that point of order is incorrectly dismissed. It happens all the time. It's not the end of the world. But at the end of that meeting, it was not agreed that there won't be a point of order and that item 26 will proceed. What I specifically stated in the meeting was that I will raise the point of order when the item is called. You cannot, during programming, entertain points of order that will be raised in future. And you cannot dismiss points of order that you have been, as a matter of courtesy, being made aware of during programming. So there was no waiver or agreement that this item will proceed. It proceeds to be called and then the point of order is raised, which has now happened. So your ruling can only be the ruling of today. As I say, I can live with an incorrect ruling, but I don't think your recollections of what happened yesterday is correct. Thank you.
Speaker, it must be recorded, whatever you are saying there, Speaker. So, yeah, please.
Thank you very much. When it happens again, I'll move from this chair to another one so that we can proceed. And this is my ruling. This is my ruling. This is my ruling that I'm giving the House. We are continuing with the agenda as it is until we reach the point where we'll have to discuss this major or agent. Let's try to move so that we finish the business of the day on time.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. The Master Control is giving us issues. Speaker, as the EFF caucus, there is information that has just come to our attention that we need to process, and we are requesting a 2-hour caucus. It's according to the rules.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The chief whip of the EFF, you just came back from a caucus, and trust me, I gave you 20 minutes more on the time that you were given. but still you are coming back for an hour. I know that it's in the rules. I know that you are, wait for me to finish. Wait for me to finish. Wait for me to finish. I know the rules are allowing you to have a caucus, but before I rule on that, can I have this point of information from Councilor Nhlapo? Councilor Nhlapo, point of information.
Then change the rules.
Thank you, Speaker. I just quickly went to consult with my chief whip. However, my understanding is that if there was any other matter that is contentious and we believe that it delays the progress of the day, it would have been prudent that leaders ought to give themselves minimum time to find one another. We might not end up not finding one another, and which is a decision we also arrived at. The problem of a majoritarian attitude towards discussion is that when you appreciate that you've got numbers, then you want to bully. When you are not having numbers, then you want to be humble. But the principle of proper democratic engagement is to find out the gist of the contentious matter and try to persuade one another for the progress of the city that we all claim that we love, and bring each other to the same conclusion, even if it might be differing on certain fundamentals. Then we're able to resolve the most critical part of the day. My understanding is that there was that particular issue which was requested by Alderman, my chief whip, of the discussion bilateral between himself and the leader of the EFF. But I'm not sure if it's still standing. That would have at least tried to avert some of these prolonged discussions and caucuses. I wanted to place that before you, Chief Whip, so when you apply yourself, you don't also come in through an autopilot approach that programming has done this, therefore there's no decision for the day. Then it balances off some of the issues that might emanate from the day that is happening today. Thank you, Chief Whip. Speaker.
Thank you very much. In any way, Alderman Malulega was the next speaker. Then after that, MMC Kingsley, and you are okay. Thank you very much, MMC. Then Alderman Erasmus. Councillor, I will give you a caucus. Can you allow me the hands to respond to the hands? Councillor Kingsley, MMC, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker, and to our colleagues. Speaker, can you please refrain from... Point of order on your point of order. We've called for caucus here. Speaker, can we direct you to rule number 6A? And can we read it to you verbatim, please? Rule 6A. So let me go on. The speaker or the chairperson of the committee, as the case may be, should, if requested by the party whip, adjourn a meeting in order to afford members the opportunity to caucus, provided that the whip who requested the caucus should first address the council or committee before failing. So we have requested for a caucus, Speaker. So Speaker, can I have your attention? What feedback, Wenana? Yeah, we're requesting another caucus. So you can't count for us how many caucus we must call.
Don't take the speaker, you are not a speaker. Let the speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Relax, councillors. You have requested 2 hours caucus. No, wait. I know that. Just wait for me to finish. Why can't I am granting a 1 hour caucus, not 2 hours. Not 2 hours. I'm granting.
In terms of the explanation of caucus, it's a short adjournment. It is a short adjournment. In terms of the explanation, it's not something that
Councillors.
Meaning of caucus.
Okay, all right. Can I, councillors, can I, councillors, can we all be seated, please? Councillors, you are not assisting me to deal with this. So can you be quiet and deal with it? If they are howling, they must howl at me. Don't assist them. Okay, but I want to read in our rule book. I want to read in the same book. Noted, Councillor Leof, I'll give you. I want to read on the same book, which is the Rules and Orders of the City of Tshwane. That is page 15. I'll read to paragraph 2. Caucus, meaning of short adjournment of the meeting allowed for a political party to discuss a requested by a party whip during the council of or committee meetings. Short adjournment. Short adjournment. I am giving you a caucus for 1 hour, councillors. Okay, Councillor Leof. Okay, Councillor Leof. Can you be quiet, please? Councillors, allow MMC Temba. Can I allow Chief Whip of AFF? Can we allow Councillor Leof to speak?
Yeah, thank you for protection. I'm sure it speaks to experience that people are not respecting the offices of MMCs. You just come here and behave like you are in the electorate. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I think there are a few things here that I want to raise as a point of information based on precedent system that in the past, when a caucus is requested, I've not heard you challenging them. In the past sitting, Bakhaleng requested caucus twice of over 2 hours, and that has been granted. Now, when we are requesting for 2 hours, I must say to you that the EFF has considered that we don't want to challenge your ruling. It's the hour that you are allocating us is fine, but you must be mindful of your decisions that you don't contradict yourself and appear like you favor other political parties against others. So we are now saying to you that the 1 hour granted, but may we return after lunch so that we come back at 2 o'clock, because by 1 o'clock we must be going for lunch.
Superior logic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The caucus that I'm giving, it's 1 hour. Just 1 hour caucus. Go and do your caucus. Leave the lunch part on me. Go do the caucus, then we come back, then we'll go for lunch when I say now it's lunch time. Don't put Councillor Matebo. Councillor Matebo. Councillor Matebo. Councillor Matebul. No, Councillor Matebul, you cannot direct me to call lunch now. And this meeting is adjourned for 1 hour caucus. Thank you. We meet here at 1:30.
Don't report to us. There's adjustment budget. And they know that I
Hey, boys, let's go. Let's go. Hey, check. Your woman. Your woman, check. Check your woman.
Absolutely.
Your chair is better. No. And what if they don't even think those?
Young man.
Surplus.
Do you have
Thank you very much, councillors. Please be seated. Please be seated.
Hello, le kae? Ke teng, ke kopa venue for Saturday. Yes.
Councillors, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Councillor Ratukan. Councillor Ratukan. And thank you very much, councillors. We are now asking the Chief Whip of EFF to give us a feedback. I just want to state this. There was a call for lunch when the caucus was requested, and I refused that call for lunch because I don't feel like it's okay to be told when to do something. I must give an instruction and take a decision what time is lunch and what time is what. So don't feel bad if I call lunch because I haven't eaten as well. But what I just want to make it clear, if you are asking for a caucus, don't, because it's breakfast, don't extend it to breakfast. It's me who will determine when is breakfast, when is lunch, when is supper. So let's agree on that. And now I'll give it to the Chief Whip of the EFF to give us a feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we managed to deliberate on issues that were at hand and also obtaining a mandate. And also, Speaker, we do accept that we'll use the Speaker's gauge in terms of what time it is to depart for different business of the council as and when it requires. So there's no issue, Speaker. We are back now in council. We can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Executive Mayor.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I just want to raise a point of concern. Earlier, you made a ruling to say that if there's an indication that we are not proceeding on the business of council, that you would bring forward the urgent items as indicated by the executive, including the adjustments budget. I would just like clarity for the record, Mr. Speaker, on that ruling. Also in light of a previous indication that was given about a 5 o'clock deadline to this meeting. I think given what has transpired, the time that has elapsed, the urgency of the business that's on the council agenda, we need to proceed as speedily as possible with the business of the day. And I would just like to express my concern about the delay and to ask for clarity on the ruling that the adjustments budget and the urgent items would be brought forward on the council agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. As we will be preparing ourselves to go for lunch, then when we come back, we continue with the agenda, and the issue of 5 o'clock, it mustn't be a concern. The issue of 5 o'clock will finish the business of the day today. We understand that tomorrow is holiday. It's a long weekend, so we don't have any other day to say we are postponing it for tomorrow. So we will be finishing the business today. We will address the items that are in front of us. So when we come back from lunch, we will proceed with the sequence of the report. Then we will reach the report that is the executive mayor is raising. We will get to the adjustment budget. We will get there before 5 o'clock. Then we are going to have a smooth meeting. Don't worry about it. MNC Mattel.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Just to get clarity from you, earlier on, you indicated that you would be advancing certain items. And indeed, in terms of Section 8.2, you may advance certain items, especially when we know that, the administration will have to, communicate such items with other spheres of government. And you've correctly said that it will also be the long weekend. So I wanted to impress upon you, Speaker, and appeal with you that it might be prudent, Speaker, to stick to that ruling and also applying your discretion in terms of Section 8.2 to advance item 26 so that the officials, after council have resolved, can continue with the business of the city. I want to plead with you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Noted, MMC, and as she has said that I must apply my mind and also my discretion, and I had it very clear. And now it's I'm sorry to make you feel like we are not getting anywhere. Makalen, you just came in. Why are you raising a hand for? You just came in now. You don't even know what we were discussing. Listen, councillors. Listen, councillors. Without wasting any time. I know some of you had lunch while we were having a caucus meeting. Unfortunately, I didn't have one because I had to deal with the situation that we were facing. So now it's 10 to 2. Then it's lunchtime. Then we come back at 10 to 3. Thank you very much. Umdala 10.
Zix. Ukalaga Zix. Zix. What's that? Yeah? No, it's a pina. Okay, well, but. You can get pina, Micha. Ah, Malamba Lutswili, boss. Malamba Lutswili. That's exactly what it is. Blood samples, no. It's not engineering works. So that's where, so they all now saying it's, so then eventually I got help from a guy called Ben Report, region director. And he started communicating with me, and then I started talking about it. Because I told him always half an hour. I'm talking about the communication. It's not yours, and I think it's all you got to do is give them the feedback you have, and not waste all the time. I got to drop it. I described it as a front Afrikaans. Like this fun means originally I came from, and now I'm here. So when you see them, then I ask them, where is your best? I'm wondering that let's see. The licenses don't indicate where your desk is. Where is your desk? Where is the Because 380 cell phone have then Betsy sent me the DA thing. It's in my water. Could we still we can't just stay, we can't just Square comment to that's the license. Yeah. No, he told me because now I said it today, yeah. I don't know where that I'm talking to stuff. And I listen, don't bother me. The councillor talking to me. It's not talking to me. I'm like, okay, well, maybe we want I'm thinking so when I spoke to Ben, I got over on the session. Then Dave started sending me all the feedback. And sometimes I was on other people don't feedback. I expect to give. I don't get restrictions. I don't get that the most though. I can go for profit to the other. But Olay, must be back on the nature reserve, on the game reserve, around the back to Caucus.
Central, there's an area that feeds from rivers. That actually goes to
One top arena, that's where I get all my profit.
And I think that's also your work. And then from there, there's a line that goes to the fountains.
Let me introduce myself.
Yeah, yes.
So the shorter one is formulated. Raise the night. During when it starts.
Just before it goes down to the full price, that rule of that goes to the one
kunenye ikhona nyana kunesikhaliki lapho le ndlela le badakile lapho nale nhlabathi mayisuke lapho akwazi ukuvula le ndlela straight. Alright. Kahle kahle le. Hey. In-Natal Caucus.
Yeah, nakuletsa pineng. Nakubetsa pineng nga stronger.
Ke a magala ke ipona mo ke bana gape e tsala.
E brise. Ke tlo e beta skala ke sanela the local nyana le nna le brise ka ntleng. Nge betsa la ngobeni type.
Hello student. Bueno student you right ke tlailetse ka motho. Eng? Tshwane.
Ga ke di tshwara di pase.
Ke di botse ba.
Ha ra di tshwa.
Ke di botse ke tse.
Tse ke voucher ya nne so. Fela yona bolo. Kala bolo.
Ona charger ta.
Ke le yona ke tla leba.
Ke tsole pele. La ra bona re ka khawa thya ke tla go.
Yeah. That's all. What are they?
Go kana ka.
Malagi tu yo chacha ore.
Ya si ore.
Also, kai tu ya kai chacha tu di. Lo pasani.
I was thinking. Did you say? Okay. Oh, what about the physical connected? Sure. Vale.
How to get us up in as a hotel? How to get us up in as a hotel?
Waar ben I garage op Central? It's like a coffee bar from the back of the garden. The yellow one, Cecil garage. Friday morning, I'm making it do. There's still an end power.
What's the latest that you found out? No. Referring to the cutting in the residential side.
Ben, the last thing I heard was they were putting in a transformer as being a couple.
Okay, yeah, no, that's Monday's news.
That is so.
I'll come in tomorrow.
After I complained.
Listen, dankie vir daai MBA in elektrisiteit. Jy het jou pos gemis. Both things on. So
Yeah, but I can't get it.
Can't even gossip about JB Becker. I mean,
Is it like nee, die ander mense het probeer om dit te speel. Nee, funeral nie. Dis 'n chauffeur wat blaas. Baie, definitief nie.
Good afternoon, councillors. May we please take our seats? Let's take our seats, councillors. Yeah, I had lunch. Yeah. Eh? Councillors, please take your seats. Can we please take our seats, councillors? Thank you very much, councillors. We are forming a quorum. Now we are moving on with our agenda. We're on part one. We've got items that we need to deliberate on, but we are going to move smooth and fast. We must finish this today. Thank you very much. The item number one, reference number 41941/1, Group Financial Service Department Supply Chain Management Performance Report for the second quarter of 2022-2023 financial year. This report is on page 7 to 61, recommendations on page 61. And I've got three speakers here. Councillor Moshumi from ANC, Councillor Lishabane, and Councillor Major. I'm sure I'm correcting. Correct me if I mention your surname wrong. From FF Plus. Let's start with Councillor Moshumi, ANC. 3 minutes. Waving. Thank you. Councillor Lishabane. Councillor Lishabane.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. We waive.
Thank you very much. Councillor P. Major from FF Plus. I'm sorry for the pronunciation of.
Thank you, Speaker. The surname is Meyer, but it's fine. Yeah. If you pronounce it, it might be better as Major, but I don't want to get confused between the Mayor and myself. Speaker, I'll be quick. I just want to raise some concerns about what we find in the annexes or in the report itself, where tenders are, where there's asked for bidders or tenders, which obviously follow the supply chain management route through the bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, bid adjudication committee. A lot of these tenders go to the bid adjudication committee, where then it's been found that it doesn't actually comply to the bid specifications. So then it's referred back again. So the whole process starts from scratch again. The problem here is it takes a lot of time. So we as a city start running behind to appoint bidders, to appoint service providers, which is critical to service delivery in general in the city. Then also, the report speaks to disposal of items as well, although no specifics is given about the value of the disposals, the method of disposal. Is it actually monitored? What are we disposing of? I'm just scared that most of these items that are disposed of, we might find at Cash Crusaders next week. Then, Mr. Speaker, there's just one item. If you look at the tenders in general, there's one item specifically I would like to highlight. A tender that has been awarded for the supply of dog food. Now, you must listen clearly. The amount of the tender is 6 million rand. Now, at this stage, the TMPD has actually got 17 dogs. These 17 dogs get fed at 1,000 rand per day. Mr. Speaker, I think we really need to look at this tender and scrutinize tenders that are awarded, because this might not be the only one that's overpriced. In my next term, I would like to be a TMPD dog as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we move to
Speaker. Speaker, no. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to add an additional recommendation that reads as follows. that the report be referred to the Section 79 Oversight Committee Group Financial Services for oversight and for report back to Council. That's proposed by myself, Alderman Alve Erasmus, and seconded by Councillor Henriette Froelich. Thank you.
Councillor Alderman Maluleka, sir.
Yeah, maybe Councillor, we can add MPEG as well, so that we don't have two recommendations. Just add MPEG there.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to make a bit of an amendment that reads as follows: that the report be referred to the Section 79 Oversight Committee Group Financial Services and the Section 79 Standing Committee for Public Accounts for oversight and report back to Council. That's proposed by myself and then seconded by Councillor Henriette Froelich, if she agrees to the amendment. Thank you.
As amended. Thank you. Let's move to item 2. Reference number 92684/1. Office of the City Manager request for a council to condone and approve further acting of the Chief Financial Office, CFO, from the 1st of March 2023 on a month-to-month basis to exceeding 3 months. This report is on page 64 to 81, recommendations on 65. On this report, I've got 3 speakers. Councillor N. Sinejo from EFF and Councillor DT William Moses from PA and Councillor AWF Mickelberg from RCT. Councillor Sinejo.
Honourable Speaker and the councillors, fellow councillors, the position of the Chief Financial Officer was advertised in June, but still not filled to this day. We are now into almost 60 months of the coalition government, yet critical position is not yet filled. How possible that a municipality can run without a duly authorized CFO who can take important decisions to take the city forward? The EFF does not support the never-ending contract signed from month to month on this critical position. How can the city stabilize its finances while the most senior official dealing with finances in the municipality not appointed? This points to the hidden agenda of the administration to continue stealing from the coffers of the municipality. This administration has no respect for the law, such that even after the outcomes of the Auditor General, you have not done anything serious to correct the situation. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, Councillor Williams Moses from PA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All protocols observed. To start off with, I would like to say that I am a disciplined member of the Patriotic Alliance and I follow line of march. As we say that we will come and change the face of politics, as we bring the heart of politics and not the art of politics. Mr. Speaker, Patriotic Alliance would like to state as per previous recommendations to Council in this regard, that acting appointments are not beneficial to the city as there is no accountability of acting officials and in turn contributed to the current situation we find ourselves in as a city. Due to accounting officers not held accountable in their responsibilities whilst in acting capacity. Patriotic Alliance is not in agreement with the reoccurring 3-month acting posts and hereby request to vote against all appointments and for the minutes to reflect it as such on the following items with the same context. Items 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8, as well as 5 from the Mayoral Committee meeting held on 11th of April 2023 of the index, as well as the items 19, 20, 21, and 22 in part 2 from the Mayoral Committee meeting held on the 19th of April 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Maluleka.
Yeah, I agree that we need to move swiftly, but we can't put together our grievances like what the Councillor Davis is doing. Therefore, she must separate items. Then it can't be all items in one. I'm happy she's progressive, but we must just separate because capturing minutes is going to be difficult. All the items, it's either she declines or rejects all the items, and it should be recorded as such. But I'm happy with the progressive move, but it will make difficult, give us difficulty on capturing minutes. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the councillor has noted that you will have to respond in all reports for the sake of minutes. Thank you very much. Let's move to Councillor Mikkelberg, please. RCT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be short in the speech and address essentially the issues covered in items 2 to 8 and 19 to 22 inclusive to avoid unnecessary repeating a speech on every one of them. In November last year, I addressed this issue when for the so manyth time the CFO's appointment came up for the further extending of his acting appointment. At the time, I warned that the acting appointees are not invested in their positions, nor for their ultimate success, and they just hold the fort. They have no opportunity to plan for the long term and set no achievable goals, and ultimately they cannot be held accountable when they leave. At that stage, the CFO was in an acting position for nearly a year already. 4 days after approving the extension of his acting position, the city manager first suspended the CFO and the next day unlawfully, assuming the powers of council, fired him. In doing so, he might as well have taken his reasoning straight out of the speech I gave in November. The CFO left, and today we have no accountability from him. I was still with the DA in 2016 when the then mayor, Solim Simanga, spoke in council to advise us that his government will put an end to the never-ending play with everyone in management being an actor, as he put it then. Yet today, we will be approving probably a record number of acting positions in one single meeting presented by the same coalition government. These acting positions are not only ineffective from a management perspective, but now, halfway through the second year of this term, the time remaining for the permanent appointees become very little to be either a career option for them or to give them time to make a difference. The result is increasingly suboptimal for the city. To still have so many acting positions after 18 months in power is an indictment on the coalition government now in power. I have last year already stated my position that the extent and duration of acting appointments is no longer acceptable. As in the past, I vote against the extension of acting positions that come up for approval today. Mr. Speaker, please minute my vote against this item, and given the objection raised by Councillor Maluleka, I will individually have my vote minuted for the next items 3 to 8 and 19 to 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended, Okay, MNC.
Thank you, Speaker. Please let me just put on record, since 2016, a number of people have been appointed, and Councillor Middelburg was not here. But nevertheless, there was natural attrition that took place.
MNC, can we move on? I don't think there's a need for a response. And no, can we move on, please? Can we move on? Thank you.
Speaker. Thank you. Speaker, I'm trying to get to the point of the CFO. And the reason why I'm raising my hand is to say to you, we want to confirm the first number of reports is around condonement, because we continued while council did not sit. The city had to run and be managed. So the city managers continued with these people to make sure that we have a stable government. So the condemnation is in line with what is required by the Act. The second portions of the report is requesting for the extensions of acting to finalize the permanent appointment, because we tried now for the third time to do that. And we're going to finalize it within the next 2 to 3 months. If we can just stabilize this council and go through this process, we can be certain before the financial year end, people will be permanently appointed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's move on as recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item number 3. Reference number 74473/1. Office of the City Manager. Request for Council to condone the acting of the Chief of Police, COP, from the 12th February to 30th April 2023 on a month-to-month basis, not exceeding 3 months. This report is on page 82 to 85, recommendations on 85. On this report, I've got 3 speakers, which is Councillor P. Mnisi from EFF, and Councillor William Moses from PA, and Councillor Middelburg. Councillor Mnisi, 3 minutes.
This uncertainty, okay, sorry. The EFF said it repeatedly that we don't support this mediocre of acting positions. This uncertainty mediocre disrupts effective governance, and ultimately this affects service delivery, which has completely collapsed. We call on the city to speed up the process of filling the vacant post, appoint capable people to fill those positions. As the EFF, we would like to make our position clear, Speaker, that we no longer want this acting position reports, and therefore we are not in support of this condone of Chief of Police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams, PA.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. As my previous comment, we as the Patriotic Alliance do not agree with a reoccurring 3-month acting posts, and I would like the minutes to reflect that we are voting against this item. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Middelburg.
The Speaker, please minute my vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item number 4. Reference number 59275/1. Office of the City Manager, request for Council to condone and approve acting in the position of Governance and Support Officer, GSO, from 1st March 2023 on a month-to-month basis to exceed 3 months. This report is on page 86 to 90, recommendations on page 90. I've got 3 speakers on this one. The first speaker is Councillor Matebula from EFF, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Councillor William Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. please let the minutes reflect that we are against the acting positions post. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mickelbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minute my vote against. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to item number 5. Oh, as recommended. Let's move to item number 5. Reference number 97380/1, Office of the City Manager, requesting for Council to condone and approve acting in the position of Group Head, Office of the City Manager, OCM, from 1st March 2023 on the month-to-month basis to exceed 3 months. The report is in page 91 to 94, recommendations on 94. And I have 2 speakers on this report, Councillor Busane from the EFF. Then Councillor Williams Moses, Councillor Mickelbeck. Councillor from the EFF, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Trevor Muluisani. Speaker, as the other colleagues have already alluded in the above reports that we against this report, because we as the EFF, we believe in state and municipal capacity. So these acting positions in the city have been going on for quite a long time. So we cannot accept that situation to go even further. So as the EFF, we will minute our vote against this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor William Moses, PA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please minute our vote against. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mickelbeck.
Please minute my vote against. Thank you. Well, we know at 6.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to item number 6. Reference number 71767/1, Office of the City Manager, request for Council to condone and approve acting in the position of Group Head, Communication, Marketing and Events from the 1st of March 2023 to 30th March 2023. This report is on page 95 to 98, recommendations on 98. And I have 3 speakers here. Councillor Matlala from EFF, 3 minutes.
We are waiving, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor William Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please minute our vote against. Thank you.
Councillor Mickelbeck.
Please minute my vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to item number 7. Reference number 30645/1, Office of the City Manager, request for Council to condone and approve acting in the position of Group Head, Communication, Marketing and Events, 1st March 2023 on a month-to-month basis, not exceeding 3 months. This report is on page 99 to page 102. The recommendations on page 102. And I have two speakers here, or three speakers on this report. Councillor Mnisi from EFF.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please minute our vote against. Thank you.
And Councillor Middlebeck.
Thank you, Speaker. Please minute my vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item number 8. Reference number 75800/1, Office of the City Manager request for Council to approve the acting of the Chief of Emergency Services from 1st April 2023 on a month-to-month basis, not to exceed 3 months. This report is on 103 to 106, recommendations on 106. I have 3 speakers on this one. The first speaker is Councillor P. Mamadiba from EFF. 3 minutes starts now.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor William Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please minute our vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Middlebeck.
Please minute my vote against. Thank you.
And thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 9, reference number 65320/1, Human Settlement Department. Request for approval for the reviewed municipality sustainable human settlement plan 2022. This report is on 107 to 1,908 pages, recommendations on 121. And I have got 6 speakers here. Councillor A. Mulape, ANC.
Malope, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. And cognizant of the review municipal sustainable human settlement plan. We acknowledge that the plan will facilitate the development of sustainable integrated human settlement, where the quality and quantity of variety of housing opportunities and security of tenure are balanced within high quality, fully serviced environment, Speaker. We are pleased that the plan will address several gaps and form an integrated intervention across the number of sectors such as integrated transportation, social facility provision, natural environment protection, infrastructure provision, and etc. Speaker, in terms of the rural strategy and informal settlement, it is highly important addressing specific settlement issues such as rural housing and traditional areas. Areas where formal township establishment is not an option by creating incremental management areas. Speaker, special efforts should be made to ensure that the new development enhances spatial and social integration and economic inclusivity that create possibility performing neighborhood in the city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Malope. Councillor B. Disuluan. Thank you very much. Councillor H. Frolich from Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA supports the draft Municipal Sustainable Human Settlement Plan's strategic objectives to develop contextually integrated housing projects that are close to job opportunities, public transport, commercial and social facilities. The draft MSHSP addresses the current misalignment between municipal housing projects and available infrastructure, as well as cost of integrated transport network due to urban sprawl. The following key initiatives, however, have not been included in the draft MSHSP, as per comments made in this Council report. Number one, budget allocation for the development of an inclusionary housing policy for the City of Tshwane. Number two, the allocation of sufficient land for the establishment of garden waste sites and waste transfer facilities. And number three, the development of an informal settlement movement or relocation plan that links every informal settlement to a particular proposed planned development project and specific land parcel. One of the most permanent legacies of apartheid is the fact that racial segregation was built. Action SA supports all initiatives that seek to break down geographic and physical barriers that prevent spatial and socio-economic integration, spatial restructuring, and environmental protection. By prioritizing the city's allocation of budget to developing an inclusionary housing policy, concrete steps will be taken by the city to address the gap in the housing market that affects households that earn too much to qualify for housing subsidies, but too little to afford a bond. The prioritization of budget for the development of an inclusionary housing policy would initiate the means to increase the supply of affordable housing and diversification of housing stock in the City of Tshwane. This formalization of an inclusionary housing policy would be a tool for spatial redress and transformation. In addition, the city's current constraints in waste management require urgent attention, and sufficient allocation of additional garden waste sites and waste transfer facilities should be prioritized in the MSHSP. Action SA also advocates for the development of an informal settlement movement or relocation plan so as to provide the city with the tools to speed up acquisition of land for future human settlement development purposes. An informal settlement movement or relocation plan will also help ensure that bulk infrastructure is budgeted for and available when needed. If these three key initiatives are included in the Municipal Sustainable Human Settlement Plan, Action SA is confident that the city will be in a better position to develop integrated and sustainable communities that are accessible to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. And Councillor Williams Moses.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance is aware that the COVID-19 pandemic had an immense impact on the lives of our residents and their families in our communities, which in turn resulted in people losing their homes and jobs. This had a ripple effect throughout communities, including my own, where illegal land grabs, informal settlements, and backyard dwellings increased tremendously. In respect of housing, Section 26 of the Constitution of the Republic, 1996, stipulates that everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. The state must take responsible legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. No one may be evicted from their home or have their home demolished without an order of court made after considering all the relevant circumstances. No legislation may permit arbitrary evictions. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, thus special efforts should be made to ensure that a new development enhances spatial and social integration and economic inclusivity, and to create positively performing neighborhoods as described in Section F 2.2 of the Red Book. Only selective areas are included, and areas such as my own community is excluded. And for these reasons, we vote against the adoption of this policy and I request for my vote to be minuted as such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moses from PA. Councillor S. Mabutsa from Good.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, and all protocol observed. Good is committed in addressing apartheid, spatial planning, and unequal access to housing, land tenure, and transport. We would like to support the plan, which will give an opportunity to most of our residents out there in the city of Tshwane. Where will they be able?
Sorry, Councillor. Can we please allow the speaker to speak, please? Thank you.
Can I speak now, Speaker? Yes. Okay, thank you. I think I need to start from the beginning to say Good is committed in addressing apartheid, spatial planning, and unequal access to housing, land tenure, and transportation. We would like to support the plan, which will give us an opportunity to most residents to have the places called home. And that in that plan, assuming that it has to be used, we have to use a public land to that effect. The sites should be properly planned in terms of the relevant town planning schemes. Our residents deserve sites which will be serviced, have a proper infrastructure, such as tarred roads, affordable electricity, and clean water, as well as a safer environment. This initiative will eventually curb the illegal occupation of most of the municipal land. Most importantly, there are a lot of residents of whom until today don't have the title deed. So we are hoping that this plan or this initiative will be able to issue most of the long overstanding title deed so that the people can have a full access to their properties and have ownership of those properties. So Good would really like to support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabutsa. Councillor Mikkelbeck.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's a mistake. I did not put my name up for this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 10. Reference number 82356/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, advertisement and selection of vacant senior management positions. The page is from 1901 to 1918, recommendations on 1917. And I have 3 speakers on this item. The first speaker, Alderman Malulega from ANC, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Speaker. We welcome this report. I think many of complaints that were registered by both PA and RC, they are centered squarely on the delays around the appointment of senior managers. And it can't be that the delays on the appointment of both the mayor and the speaker these delays should be attributed to the appointments of the mayor and the speaker, because they are matters that should have been dealt with when Mayor Randall was still here. Many of these appointments, Chief of Police is 2 years. Chief of Fire and Emergency is 2 years. That bogus individual that was hired here and paid lots of millions was hired as a compromise of the coalition. And we're still continuing to, there's another one that ran away called Lorette Trudeau. She ran away after causing a mess of 800 million. And little was done against her. I don't know what are the reasons that the DA-led coalition wants to advance on us letting her off without paying a cent. I think it's money that we need to try to recoup from Lorette Trudeau. She was holding a position of the GSO. There's another one called Marna Kok. For 3 years, she has been at home. She's head of legal services. We are paying her, we're continuing to pay her over 100,000 a month. She's not here at work. Of that position, we need to take action. We need to go to court and and either fire Marnakok or bring her back here so that she can face the music. I think she's moving, hoping from one court to the other just to delay until I don't know what happens because she's permanently employed and we're not getting anything from her city manager. We need to resolve around that matter. We're going to be on your, you're going to have an albatross called Marnakok will be knocking at your door all this month to deal with that. But otherwise, we welcome the appointment of the chief audit executive. There was another default that was appointed here. That came and did nothing. We were just gossiping around that ANC people are stealing here and there and telling this DA-led coalition lies. Until he was fired here for trying to touch women for wrong reasons. And that man was not good looking, if you're looking at him. He had big suits and very, not so nice. I don't know what is it that he was trying to do. He liked these light-skinned ones. And he was removed here because we don't want gender-based violence. We should not hire men that think women are subjects that can be used. If they are making proposals in advance and they are refusing the advances, they want to subject them to abuse. It should be changed. And the second appointment city manager should not be men. Amongst them should be 4 men or 4 women and 3 women that we're going to appoint here. We don't want just a club of men that are going to bring their muscles around here and do nothing. We also want to say that the committees that are going to be appointed on the selection of both the interviews and the selection, the coalition should not delay us, Mayor. The last time we were here seated, the squabbles were whether Makwarela should sit on the panels or it should be FF Plus and any other body. Therefore, you've got 7 positions of senior ministers. Share them amongst yourself as the coalition. They don't delay us there. Today, actually, we wanted to have names of people that are going to sit in those panels. But if you are not finalizing it, we'll just be making noise on you. Otherwise, the difference here of power is 2 votes. And ACDP is not happy. We'll take them and take this power and appoint people that are serious to occupy these positions. Therefore, we are glad and we are happy. I think most of the complaints are going to die down, that people are acting temporarily because this city has been leaderless for some time. It has been Hollywood. Dear when it came here, it was just complaining about ANC not appointing people. It was Hollywood and Bollywood here. But when they came in, it was many city managers going, many people without qualifications were appointed by the DA-led coalition. We believe that people with requisite skills will be appointed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alderman Malulega. The next speaker is Councilor Mabukhwana from EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. I will be speaking on behalf of the EFF. Speaker, thank you very much. We have seen the report as the EFF. In principle, we approve the report and we would like to vote for the report because we do not want to see the repetition and the acting positions being repeated or the reports being brought to council. We, Speaker, want to just lambast the DA-led coalition because it's failing to ensure that it does this appointment. This is a re-advertisement. We don't know whether nepotism or incompetence are the order of the day in order for them not to be able to fill these particular positions. We are very much worried because if people are not permanently appointed or on contractual basis, depending on what the position is at the time, those people tend to not be as committed in their work. And as a result, we end up with a situation whereby people are in some soapy acting all the time. So we do not want to see a situation whereby there is another re-advertisement of this report because the DA is trying to bring other people via backdoor. We also want to stress the fact that the panel that will be there must be gender sensitive when they do this selection. And also we do not want to see appointments that are not reflecting the demographics of the city of Tshwane, i.e., we do not want to see a situation where white males are appointed only in those positions, and you find a situation whereby black Africans that are qualified are being sidelined. We are not going to stand for that as the EFF. This is not Pretoria as the city of Tshwane. We are not going to allow apartheid era tactics to take over the city. And gender must always be at the center of the appointments so that we do not have a situation whereby it's a boys' club and we are going to end up with a situation that we see in many positions where there is males only and there is no real transformation in terms of race. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. EFF, the next speaker, Councilor F. Munama, Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to the House. As Action SA, we welcome this report, Speaker. However, we urge the city of Tshwane to...
Sorry, Councillor. Please, councillors, allow her to speak. Yeah, noted, Councillor Ndlabo. Can you allow her to speak? If her energy is like that, there's nothing we can do. Thank you. Continue, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. As Action SA, we welcome this report. However, we urge the city of Tshwane to speed up the process of filling the vacant positions on permanent basis. As the job market continues to evolve, organizations are being encouraged to hire employees on permanent basis to build a more stable and committed workforce. Employing people on a permanent basis has a plethora of benefits for both the employee and the employer. A permanent role provides job security, which encourages loyalty and commitment from employees. Permanent staff are also more likely to go above and beyond in their roles, as they have vested interest in the success of their organization. Furthermore, Speaker, hiring permanent employees allows for more comprehensive and onboarding training process. City of Tshwane can invest time and resources into training permanent staff to perform their duties to the highest standard. This investment in the workforce can lead to higher levels of staff morale, increased productivity, and better business outcome. Moreover, employing permanent staff will also send a positive message to other prospective employees. It demonstrates that the organization is committed to providing long-term career opportunities and also willing to invest in their employees' development and growth. Commenting on the importance of employing people on permanent basis, a spokesperson for National Organization of Employers said permanent employees are the cornerstone of any successful organization. They provide stability, commitment, and wealth of knowledge and skills that can prove invaluable business. We urge the city of Tshwane to speed up this process. It is long overdue. Some of these positions have been acted since 2021. In conclusion, Speaker, we say hiring permanent staff, which is gender representative, has numerous benefits for both employees and employers, from providing job security and boosting morale to investing and training development. It is clear that a more committed and stable workforce can lead to better service delivery for the residents of Tshwane. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ndlabo, please, can you not disturb the other councillors when they are giving their speech, please? As recommended. All right, the Executive Mayor.
Thanks very much, Speaker. The concerns noted about acting appointments are taken to heart, and that's why we brought this report. As for the sentiments expressed by Councillor Munama about filling positions on a permanent basis, the Parliament has already made that decision for us. Now the Systems Act requires Section 56 managers to be appointed on a permanent basis as opposed to a fixed term basis, and that is one of the conditions of the advertisements. Whatever the merits of that decision, the it has been made for us. It should ideally lead to fewer acting appointments in the future. But it's also then important that we have a proper disciplinary system and performance management system in place, because the practice usually was just to terminate a fixed term contract when there were problems with the particular incumbent. That is no longer an option. Proper performance and disciplinary steps will have to be taken. The concerns expressed by Councillor Maluleka in respect of senior officials who have disciplinary steps against them is noted, along with the forensic investigations, which I believe are underway in those instances, along with potentially criminal charges in terms of MFMA Section 173. That is duly noted, but Speaker, this is an incredibly important report in stabilizing the institution and moving us forward, and I commend it to Council. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. As recommended, let's move to item 11. Reference number 72680/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, IRATA, Audited Annual Report for the City of Tshwane and its entities for the end of financial year, submitted in terms of Section 1272 of the Local Government Municipality Finance Management Act 56 and 2003 and Section 46 of the Municipality Systems Act 32 of 2000. The report is on page 52121, recommendations on 8. Then the speakers that I have here is Councillor F. Tema, ANC, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we wish to approve and also consider this IRATA report. And in addition, Speaker, we request that updates made through this IRATA, which contained in Annexure E, be approved. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, it's Councillor G. Ratikwane, EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker, our Speaker. Speaker, we note the report that reminds us of the bad governance of the DA. This report, Speaker, we must be clear that it touches on spelling errors, typos, footnotes that were misplaced. While we've got many problems that we're dealing with the Auditor General reports that were also outlined in the Auditor General report. Speaker, for us, this report does not contain anything of material effect, but it actually angers us because it takes us back to the damning Auditor General's report. It shows us how incompetent the DA is and how the DA has failed to run this municipality since 2016. Speaker, it is clear that these people are failing and they should step aside, because there is nothing that they are doing that they can actually sit there without have to rectify later on. And this report shows us exactly what they are made of. We do not have a problem for this report to be passed, but the DA must never think that we are going to forget the damning Auditor General report, and they must never even seek to erase the damning Auditor General report out of our radar, because at all material times we'll have to go back to it to reflect on how bad they've been managing this city since 2016. Speaker, let the report go on, but beyond this, we want to see heads rolling. We want to see senior political leaders of the DA and all those that were in office then taking some form of accountability to all this mess. The issue of the CFO, for him to be dismissed like that, and the settlement in court and all that is not enough for the EFF, and that will never be enough. We shall forever hold the Klep, Drift and Coke government of Brink accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ratikwane from EFF. Now let's move to Councillor N. Pillay, Action SA.
I waive.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you very much, Councillor Pillay. Let's move to, okay, as recommended. Okay, Councillor Alderman Malulek.
Yeah, no, Speaker. I think most of issues that are cropping up, we should, as a point of information, that we should explore the Public Audit Amendment Act on many of people that mislead Auditor General when we submit, and explore that we take action against them. This thing of just uttering, we'll take action and we're not doing anything, there's no consequence management, will lead to the collapse of this institution. Then we need to urge the Auditor General and do it as an institution that where we suspect material irregularities and we've identified them and there are dodgy actions, we need to pursue that head of departments or any other person that is found to be in the wrong. Action needs to be taken, especially against the backdrop of the amendment on the appointment of senior managers. We don't want to be stuck with people that are not having interest of this institution. Therefore, we need to explore the Public Audit Amendment Act that has empowered Auditor General to do further work, but we need to assist her as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item 12. Reference number 60933/1, Group Financial Services Department deviation from tender processes for the month of November 2022 of 2022-2023 financial year. This report is on page 1217 to 1220, recommendations on 1220. And I've got one speaker on this item, which is Councillor Bosch from Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive my right to speak on this item. Back to you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item 13. Reference number 64673/1, Group Financial Service Department deviation from tender processes for the month of December 2022 of 2022-2023 financial year. This report is on page 1221 to 1222, recommendations on 1223. And again, I've got Councillor Bosch on this item. Councillor Bosch.
I think I waive my right to speak on this item as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Let's move to item 13. Reference number 58646/1, Group Financial Services Department, Section 32, report for second quarter of 2022-2023 financial year. Report is on page 1224 to 1230, recommendations on 1230. The speakers that I have here, two, Councillor Mashapa, ANC, 3 minutes. That's number 14. Thank you very much. The next councillor, it's Councillor B. Matebula, EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Today we are sitting here while, as the EFF, we are very adamant that we must build state capacity in order for us not to sit here and discuss tenders and deviations. Because of the leadership of the DA, who's very interested in tenders. Hence, they went to Action SA leader, Emin Mashaba, while he was still a mayor in Johannesburg, and asked for tenders at night at his house. They are busy pursuing the very same issue of tenders. They are here today, interested in capitalism and selling property to private owners. We are not interested in discussing tenders, Speaker. We reject this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Those are the only two speakers in this report as recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item 15. Reference number 66177/1, Group Financial Services Department, Section 32 report for month of November 22, 2022 of 2022-2023 financial year. This report is on page 1231 to 1235, recommendations on 1235. On this item, I've got only one speaker, which is Councillor F. Tema from the ANC.
Thank you very much again, Speaker. Speaker, something very interesting is happening here, I can tell you. According to this report, it says there was no irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred in the city in the month of November, and actually that of December, this financial year, 2023. The report goes on and on further to state that the writing of an irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure is no excuse to conduct criminal or disciplinary proceedings against the person, Speaker. And we want to put it on record, Speaker, that something is fishy here. And then we want to also question the MMC of Finance, that we've seen buses loitering around, and it creates a legitimate expectation that there are people servicing the bus. Whilst in the report, the MMC, through the office of the mayor, they have concurred, and this report has been written to say that there is no deviation. And we can tell you, Speaker, there is deviation. That's why we are kicking this report, and we are not actually agreeing with it. Because we can tell you that MMC Finance is found wanting here, and that buses have been serviced, thieves have been serviced. Obviously, there are softwares that needs to be updated now and so forth, so that buses can move swiftly. So that's why we are saying we are actually not agreeing with this report, because someone is lying here, and we need to take them to account so that they are able to account. And then I don't think MMC Satan, as a priest, will be able to come here and lie to us. So we want this report to go for further scrutiny to also impact as part of the recommendations. But as the ANC, we are not agreeing with the report, because we feel and we know that there is deviation. And for somebody, for the current administration to be able to come here and lie to us in front of our faces and say there are no deviations, this really is frustrating, and then it will come back to haunt them, Speaker. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Councillor Ratukwana. Thank you. That was the only speaker on this report. Okay, Councillor Alderman.
Madam Speaker, point of information. We want to know, I just want to expound on the submission that was made by Councillor Tema with regard to the deviation. Last year we came here, we argued about the extension of the maintenance of buses for a period of 12 months. This council rejected that proposal because we said to the DA-led coalition, go and advertise this tender because if it has expired, there can't be any further extension because there were 3 extensions on that tender. But today I can tell you that BEC, they said and considered extension of that maintenance. And today we're told that there's no deviation there. Therefore, these people are doing things that are known to the political leadership of the city. And there's nothing that they're doing about it. We rejected that report when it was here. And then went to BAC. and decided to give a company on a contract that has expired 3 times it was extended. Why do you do that? It's irregular, that money, but it's not classified as such. Therefore, the poor accounting officer at the later period of the year, he's going to realize that he's dealing with charlatans here. Therefore, we want to caution him. Be aware that there's a tender maintenance city manager that we rejected as council. When there was an attempt to extend it with 12 months, we asked, why can't you extend it with 3 months so that we can go out in the market and get another company that can replace the tender that has expired? We did the same with housing. The department came here, they wanted to extend a contract on housing. There's a project here in Procedural West. We told, no, that project, we are going to finish it now. Overspending on that project, 80 million, nothing happened there, former MMC Mpo. Nothing happened on that project. We told you that that tender has expired a long time ago. Today, there's almost 80 million that is going to be declared wasteful expenditure. When we caution DA-led government, we'll continue to do that. They can continue wasting people's money. We'll go and tell people that these people that want, you are trusting them, that are so big in social media that where they govern better. There's 80 million wasted in Procedural West Housing Project. There's 24 or 36 million that is at the Transport Department. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. On this item, Councillor Tema was the only speaker. MMC, Seti.
There we go. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've taken note of the concerns raised by the colleagues, and indeed the BAC did approve the extension in August. This report is not the deviation, this is for the irregular expenditure, and there were no irregular expenditure in terms of for this specific month. But I did agree with Alderman Maluleka outside during a break that I will take this further, I will investigate it further, and I'll report back to Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you very much. We're moving to item 16. Reference number 21985. /1, Group Financial Services, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003. In year financial report, monthly and quarterly budget statement for the period ended 31st May 2023. This report is on 1236 to 1280. Recommendations on 1243. On this item, I've got 2 speakers, which is Councillor Lishabane from EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let it be noted that as the EFF, we vote against this report. The 2022-2023 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework was approved by this Council on the 26th of May, 2022. As at tomorrow, this is almost 12 months. Now, there are no reasons that are given about the failure of the municipality, or substantively, there is no comprehensive explanation which has been provided in this report. Safe to say that there is a promissory note that the explanations will be provided in the monthly financial management report. We reject this report, Honorable Speaker, simply because the actual operating revenue realized, excluding the capital transfers and contributions, reflects an unfavorable variance of 1.2 billion against the year-to-date budget for the year end 31st March 2023. The operating expenditure is underspent by 5.4 billion, which is almost 17% less than the year-to-date budget. When you go through this report, Honorable Speaker, it espouses very clearly that the total capital budget amount to 2.8 billion. The expenditure for the period, including that of the municipal entities, amount to 1.1 billion, representing 37.6% of the total original capital budget. The cash and short
term investments as at the 31st of March 2023 amounted to 1.6 billion, including, in brackets, unspent conditional grants. This is a disgrace to the municipality. Where we are standing as at today, there is completely no service delivery in areas of black communities. In Soshanguve, Mawopani, Atteridgeville, Hammanskraal, Mamelodi, Brongorspreet, and or Ikangala. The sewage spillage is much of a disgrace. The water leakages are much of a disgrace. Yet, you have so much that has not been properly spent or not spent at all. Even worse, the grants, the conditional grants, majority of funds which are to benefit the black communities, who are the large participants in terms of the voters' roll, remain reserved for two reasons that we are now aware that the DA coalition, Abalungula, they're reserving this so that they can then fit in the remaining of the money that was supposed to be spent on black communities through the adjustment budget, which would then redirect this budget to white populated areas for their self-benefit. I think it's time that the voters of Tshwane must consider the DA coalition government as a true opposition to the black communities, and that to that effect they must vote accordingly against this one, because this perpetuates the white minority governance which continues to benefit the minority of the Afrikaners or the whites away from the black communities, which are the large voters to this system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Councilor P. Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll waive my right.
Thank you. As recommended, Alderman.
Honourable Speaker, thank you for noting me. I would like to sponsor an additional recommendation that reads as follows: that the report be referred to the Section 79 Committee for Group Financial Services for further oversight and scrutiny and report back to Council. This is recommended by myself and then seconded by Councillor Alderman Grandi Tennyson. Thank you.
Thank you. That the report be referred to Section 79 Oversight Committee Group Financial Services for oversight and report back to Council. As amended. Let's move to item number 17. Reference number 16558/1, Group Audit and Risk Department 2021-2022, Quarter 3 and Quarter 4 Audit Performance Committee, MACO report. The report is on page 1281 to 1389, recommendations on 1287. And in this report, I've got Councillor Lishabane from EFF.
I waive.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the only speaker on this. Okay, Alderman Erasmus.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for noting me. I think this will be the last referral at this stage. Would like to sponsor an additional recommendation that reads as follows: that the report be referred to the Section 79 Oversight Committee Group Financial Services and the Section 79 Committee for Public Accounts for oversight and report back to Council. This is proposed by myself and then seconded by Councillor Olofelu Morodi. Thank you.
Okay. The report to be referred to the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services, and Section 79 Standing Committee, Public Accounts, for oversight and report back to the Council as amended. Thank you very much. Let's move to item 18. Reference number 80537/1, Group Audit and Risk Department, appointment of the Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane and its municipal entities. This report is on page 1390 to 1413, recommendations on 1401. On this item, I don't have any speakers. As recommended, let's move to item number 19. Reference number 68053/1, request for council to approve the further acting of Chief Audit Executive from the 1st of May 2023 until 31st July 2023 on a month-to-month basis, not exceeding 3 months. The report is on page 1414 and 1449 and recommendations on 1418. The speaker is Councillor Chu Chauke from EFF. 3 minutes. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very
Continue. Sorry. Councillor Chauke.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you. The next speaker, Councillor Williams Moses, PA.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. As previously stated, the Patriotic Alliance is not in agreement with a 3-month reoccurring acting post. So I would like the minutes to reflect our vote against this item. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Middlebeck, 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, please minute my vote against this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were the speakers as recommended. Let's move to item 20. Reference number 54826/1, request for council to approve the acting in the position of Group Head, City Strategy and Organizational Performance from the 1st May 2023 until 31st July 2023 on a month-to-month basis not to exceed 3 months. This report is on page 1450 to 1453, recommendations on 1453. On this item, I've got 3 speakers, which is Councillor N. Sineho from EFF, 3 minutes.
Speaker, I will be representing the EFF on this report. Okay, Speaker, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to deliberate on this report. Speaker, the EFF position has already been advanced. We do not believe that these acting positions are assisting the city of Tshwane, and we have seen these things being reoccurring from time to time. For the government of today to bring these reports separately or otherwise, it shows that they are intending to continue in this particular mess. And we do not also have confidence that this particular re-advertisement might end up bearing any fruits whatsoever. So as a result, the EFF does not support this particular report, and the EFF believe that the DA is incompetent and or is using nepotism That is why they cannot fulfill this particular or fill these particular vacancies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Councilor Williams Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please minute our vote against this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mikkelbeck.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item 21. Reference number 48867/1. Request for Council to approve further acting in the position of Chief of Police from the 1st of May 2023 to 31st July 2023 on a month-to-month basis, not exceeding 3 months. This report is on page 1454 to 1458. Recommendations on 1458. And I've got 3 speakers, Councillor P. Matlala, EFF, 3 minutes.
Speaker, thank you. I wait. We wait.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please minute our vote against this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mikkelbeck.
Mr. Speaker, please minute my vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 22. Reference number 92834/1, request for Council to approve and further acting in the position of Chief Operation Officer from 1st May 2023 until 31st July 2023 on a month-to-month basis, not exceeding 3 months. This report is from page 1459 to 1463, recommendations on 1463. And I have 3 speakers on this item. Let's start with, no, I've got 1. Yeah, I've got 1 speaker. It's Councillor B. Rasese from EFF. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let the minutes reflect that the EFF is against this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 23. Reference number 90892/1, a Group Human Capital Management Department, alternative recruitment and selection procedure for the filling of the vacant Chief Financial Officer position. This report is on 1464 to 1532, recommendations on 1472. I've got 1 speaker here, which is Councillor Nhlapo from ANC. Councillor Nhlapo, 3 minutes. Alderman Maluleke.
No, thanks, Speaker. Councillor Nhlapo is having a meeting there. They are distracting him. He had very strong views around the alternate recruitment and selection procedure for the filling of the vacant CFO. Then when we read the report, we just wanted to understand and have an appreciation of the wisdom behind what the accounting officer wanted to do with regard to this report. And we agree with the thinking behind getting people that are experienced to assist us in stabilizing our finances so that we get back to where we want to be. That stability can't be brought by any person because of their chartered accountants. But you need experienced, seasoned municipal practitioners who will work with you to perform this task. But when we read the recommendation at the end there, COCTA advises against such dispensation or the expedition from the city manager of trying to find different ways of going to National Treasury, and second, people that can assist him. But I was saying to our colleagues in our caucus that then what happens if tomorrow there's a collapse of this council and we disagree and the mayor resigns for therefore it means we are back to square one of not having leadership in the city with regard to those appointments that we dealt with them on item 10 to approve that there will be a selection panel. It means the mayoral committee is going to collapse. We're going to restart the process. But if you have this report, then you are saying to accounting officer, you can therefore go and get somebody who has experience to assist you in doing the work. But it's up to all of us to say we agree with COCTA that we should advertise, select, and get the best out of the market. Or have this report to put it in the shelf in case the turmoil that is here continues to be here. Because you don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. You wake up, PAs with us. You wake up, Gaten says they're no longer with us. They're with John Steinway. You wake up, there's a moonshot. You wake up the next morning, Mashaba is not part of Johannesburg. Therefore, these are politics that bring instability on the coalition politics, which is something that all of us that are here, we need to start writing our opinions about what should constitute the coalition, so that we have strong governments that will be resilient for the 5-year term. But with the current politics of feelings and how you want to wake up, today Musi was making a joke out of himself, insulting Gaten. You can see the poor man is frustrated. The DA dealt with him with everything. They took his shoes, everything. It's only the wife that is still remaining there. They
areas is very concerning. The ANC Caucus in Tshwane takes cognizance of the contents of the reports and will ensure that this administration is held accountable and targets are met. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baloyi. The next speaker is Councillor B. Disilwan from the EFF. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor N. Pasco from FF Plus. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to sponsor a proposal for amendment to the recommendations of this report. The first recommendation is that the recommendations as in the report number 1 to 4 of the report remains unaltered. That a fifth recommendation be included in the recommendations to read as follows. That this report be referred to the Section 79 Oversight Committee for the IPP for scrutiny and calling for remedial actions by departments. The C9 reports from the departments must cover the following detail: root causes, immediate remedial actions to be taken to mitigate further underperformance, the remedial action which will be taken to prevent any reoccurrence of similar underperformance, provide a detailed catch-up plan ensuring underperformance are rectified, and disciplinary actions provide detailed reasoning with documentational proof as to why the responsible office head should not undergo disciplinary procedures. Proposed by myself, Councillor N.C. Pasco, and seconded by Councillor P.W.W. Meyer. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor, they is agreeing with us, the ANC. We are also agreeing that it be refers to Section 79.
Thank you. This report to be referred to Section 79 Oversight Committee for ITP for scrutiny and calling for remedial action by the department. As amended. We move to item number 25. Reference number 83140/1, Group Financial Services Department request for an extension of the city's current evaluation role for the period of 1st July 2020 to 30.
Thank you, Speaker. We, as the EFF, we reject the extension of the general valuation role report on the basis that the DA-led government failed to execute the valuation task as required. On the report tabled on the 27th of June 2019, the Council approved the general valuation role and cited the outsourcing of private companies to conduct the valuation due to the lack of resources on the basis that they have inexperienced staff and they have 4 vacancies that were not filled. What did the multi-party do?
on the speaker on this item as recommended. Let's move to item 26. Reference number 04675/1, Group Financial Services Department proposed 2022-2023 adjustment budget. This report is on page 1822 to 1971, recommendations on 1865. I've got line of speakers here. Councilor Tiliwele from ANC, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Tema will talk on the item.
Thank you again, Speaker. And in fact, the ANC would want to reiterate that the budget, the adjustment budget.
So, sorry, Councillor, I need to pay my attention to you. Can you just give me 2 minutes or less than that? Okay, Councillor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. From the onset, the ANC would want to reiterate and put it on record that we actually would like to assist in adjusting the budget, mainly because we want to help the accounting officer to actually start making a difference in townships. Because we can tell you, Speaker, seated where you seated, that the current administration was actually not doing well with regards to the original budget that was approved on the 26th of May 2022. Mainly because, Speaker, and we'll put it on record, on that particular budget, there is a Linwood Road budgeted for 42 million. Atterbury Road, 28 million. But when you look at the townships, we've got a road called Beitekanti Shanguve. Horrible road, Mayor, to drive on. Just horrible. Harangua, there are tar roads that are miserable to the community. When you look at Olivet, Mabopani, the first township in Harangua, that was a bit civilized. No tar roads, even today. So in fact, the strategy of this current administration, Speaker, of projects that are in township, they've been budgeted for 1 million. So it means the current administration does not even have the skills to pursue projects that have been budgeted for. So what they've done is that they've budgeted 1 million for those projects just to store them to get into the next financial year. And of course, also, Speaker, it's important to note that the NC will also want that for the approval of the original budget, there must be a steering committee of all political parties so that they may be able to contribute and possibly make sure that the original budget will then have sufficient projects, particularly in township, so that our people are being able to are being able to be prioritized. And I want to give an example. You look at the MMC of safety. Who would have thought that in this current day and age, the Metro Police will not even have one breathalyzer, just one. There are no breathalyzers in that particular department. So obviously it's failing. We don't want to speak about the Department of Environment, and we are quite frustrated because of MMC Matebe was there. And then we can tell that that department has collapsed under her watch. And we are beginning to think, what will she contribute to the roads department? So already, because while MMC Saturn was busy teaming Tshwane Ratiba, MMC Matebe made sure that the current city is thinking. When you go anywhere, there's rubbish, truckloads of rubbish, anywhere when you look at it. We've seen one councillor in terms of utility, MMC Force, running around like headless. Media. while people of Mamelodi were suffering in terms of being able to have electricity. And then, you want to behave as if you are sophisticated, and want to caution you on that point. Councillor Offense in the last council came here, claimela as if orana oversight. But however, Councillor Offense, because you are from our townships, we believe in you, our kid. We believe in you that we want to see if you will make a difference. Because I can tell you that when you look at the past 4 years, Speaker, no RDP was being allocated to our people. It means for the past 4 years, no RDP was built for our people. And I know, Councillor Offense, you are very, the project are very close to your heart. Unit 10 and other projects, and we will measure.
Please finish up, Councillor.
No, yeah. We've been waiting all along. And our executive mayor, we hope that we are not going to fight with you for trying to sell our efforts. And if you, our assets, in particular, the airport. And if you try to do that to sell the assets to your family, I'm going to send my Lenin councillor, Comrade Chilwani here, to come and pinch your long nose. So we want to caution you. We want to caution you that even when you are sleeping, you must not even dare to deteriorate our city. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's move to Councillor G. Raseswe. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's not Raseswe, it's Ramavudu.
Councillors. Where? We are doing very well without any point of orders. Councillor Ramabud hasn't said anything. Already saying, allow the councillor to speak. Can you put down those books? Allow the speaker to wait. I'm only gonna recognize the chief whip here. I'm not gonna recognize all of you. I'll recognize the chief whip to speak, then Ramabud will continue.
Thank you very much. Before I speak, let me clarify something. I withdraw my leave. I'm here, and then it happened before. It's not the first time. There were people who were speaking from hospital even when they gave us leaves. So I'm not going to be abused by white people.
Never.
It won't happen. Not me. They can do it to other people, not me.
It won't happen.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I heard that it's a point of order. I heard that Councillor Ramabudu already anticipated what I wanted to say. But as a point of order, Councillor Ramabudu submitted leave. He initially submitted a request to arrive late, which he changed to leave, which I approved as the Chief of Council. So Councillor Ramabudu is not supposed to be in the council chamber. But I will leave it up to you to guide us here to make a decision. But it is a precedent that's been created here. We've been taken to account previously, but please make a ruling of this, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me rule on the point of order first. Noted. Thank you very much, Chief Whip. In a manner that we are moving now, I understand your frustration, or I understand that we should follow what the rules are saying. When the councillor has asked for leave, then he mustn't be part of the council. But let me say and ask you Let's allow the council to stay in the council. And no, don't. No, don't. I'm making a ruling. Councillor Ramabud, please. No, Councillor Ramabud, please. Noted. Can I be allowed? Councillor Ramabud, please. Chief Whip, I will allow the councillor to sit in this council. Thank you. There was a point of information, Councillor Lushaban. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm happy that you have already made a ruling. But what I wanted to submit to the House is that if a person submits any leave or request to arrive late to the office of the Chief Whip agrees that he will arrive late. The same person later realizes that he can no longer arrive due to other commitments or the same commitment. Then he says, look, book me out because of this commitment. Let me just take on a leave that I will not arrive. Now later, whatever commitment that is there gets to be completed. Are you saying he must go home? Because of his political mandate as a member of the EFF, he decided to come and execute the mandate of the organization. So he's here and he's withdrawing the leave. Now, we have had a situation where the very same white community on the other side would log in people there with drips from hospital beds, whom they've approved their leaves. So he was not sick. It's not here. He has not misled consent that he's sick. He just said he's taking leave. He will arrive late, later a chance to leave. Now he's here. How do you send him home? He's a councillor in good standing, and he's here to proceed with the business of the economic freedom fighters. Let them sleep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ntapo, point of information, noted, Chief Whip, noted.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to appeal. We've had a bereavement in our organization, I think, of our late comrade, Diego Museneke, the son to the former Chief Justice, one of the Chief Justice. Now, the colleague there, unlike other political parties sitting with us in council, had to attend to that bereavement, which was today. And we understood. We want to appeal that let us not make a matter out of this issue if our business is to really deal with the issues of council. And we understand that the reason why he would have put in leave and also the submission that he might arrive late is primarily because of you might not know how funerals, especially our African funerals, can go. So we just want to appeal that let's finalize the matter that we are dealing with and proceed without degenerating while we are moving very well in dealing with the business of council. I just want to appeal to the Chief Whip to consider this submission and then we proceed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. We accept your ruling. However, please be aware that this is creating a serious precedent for future. Thank you.
Now we are moving, councillors. Councillor Ramabudu was speaking on when I called Councillor Rashweswe. So Councillor Ramabudu was the one that was on the platform. Yes, you can come in.
Honorable Speaker, with due respect, I do not want to compare you with the man you have substituted in office. That when it suits, you take this direction. When it does not, I don't know where that arrives from. When the EFF requested for a 2-hour caucus, it's for the first time that I heard you reducing the period. People have been outlining the period that they would request their caucus is for. When it came to us, we requested 2 hours, you cut it into half. It's tried. It's our tried law. It's our rules that a person cannot speak twice on the same matter. Why are you allowing the Honorable Chief Whip to speak again on the matter of Councillor Ramabu? It's an irregularity. So let's apply the principles the same. I'm also worried that looking at time, it's just a few minutes before 5 o'clock. In actual fact, before the EFF could articulate its position, would be beyond 5. And there's a standing rule that by 5 o'clock we're leaving. So it's such type of contributions that are thrown in through the windows are part of the contributory factors why the council is delayed and would not be held liable for extension of time. We would not have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of 5 o'clock, we are on a report now. And can we then finish the report that we are in? Can we, come on, wait, councillors, wait. We cannot really, we agreed on proceeding. I know that we are noted, Councillor Ramabut. We agreed on proceeding today that we must finish the reports that we have up until the report that we are in now. So if then the House can allow me, let us finish this report. It's only a few minutes for us to finish this report. Can we then finish this report, please? Councillor Ramabut.
Yeah, Speaker, it's an order. And it's an order on, it doesn't matter that I've arrived late or what, I'm part of this council. The issue of time doesn't take me out of this council. My term of office is still active, and no one is going to tell me if I follow procedures and processes, what time do I arrive or I go, what time do I eat or drink. No one. No one has powers to do that. If they're doing that to their gardeners and domestic workers, not me. I'm not part of that arrangement.
So, sorry, Councillor, sorry, just a second. Councillors, please. Can you just be quiet? Allow him to speak. Please, can you do that? Because you'll be thinking that you are making us to continue, but you are taking us back. Allow him to speak. Thank you.
Speaker. I'm here. Yeah, when we are standing, Speaker, you call us into order, but there is a gentleman, there is a councillor there at the back. He's been standing there for over 30 minutes, and you are saying nothing, Speaker. Please be fair. Thank you, Speaker.
And councillors, thank you. The councillor that is standing there, he stands and sit down. He stands, he's got a medical condition. He's not standing because he wants to despise the council. He's standing, he's been sitting and he stands again. So please allow him to do that, because to avoid pressure in whatever medical problem that he has. Please, Councillor Matebul. Can we then move with the item? Councillor Ramabudu, are you still on the floor? Or you are no longer talking? Then speak, Councillor. I'm not. Councillor, can you continue, please?
We are councillors here, and if you reach a point where you become impatient, you must just go back and introspect. You can't be impatient with anyone. It doesn't matter who. And you don't even owe any one of us here. We don't even owe you. So you can't be impatient when we raise issues in terms of the rules. Why are you worried about the 5 o'clock? Because the 5 o'clock is the principle that happened the last council. What have changed now? What have changed now? Why do you guys want to do if it suits you? Tell us if anything has changed, so that we are aware, we are clued up with the dynamics. We are politicians like that. We want to understand and to be briefed that the dynamics have changed, so that we know which direction are we taking. We are not going to be remote here. And anytime the DA declared the ANC and the EFF as the enemy 2024 on a national TV, why should I make a political environment for the DA to be conducive? I'm not going to do that. Not me. People.
Councillor, Cancel, 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 cancel.
It's 5 o'clock now. We are not going to start selling out today. We've never sold out in our political life.
Thank you, councillors. We had a meeting where we agreed that we are proceeding. Can I finish? If you may allow me. No, can we, Councillor, can I speak?
There's nothing. You said between 5 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock. What has changed? 5 o'clock. I left it for the meeting. And today,
Councillors,
why must we be nice? For what? We don't have time to be nice.
councillors, if I may, can I see the leaders in just 5 minutes, please? Yeah, I'll look at it. Can I meet the leaders just down here? Can I meet the leaders? Can I meet the leaders here just for 5 minutes?
What are you saying, Speaker?
Thank you, Speaker, for adjourning. We're going home.
power to finish you, and you gave them power when we were about to collapse them. Thank you.
Adjustment budget ya ho tsamaisa ma metro ka di-scooter tsa take a lot. Sis.
Councillors. Councillors, may I have your attention, please? On the list here in terms of this item, we've got many speakers to deliberate on it. And of course, the 5 o'clock issue is a principle. But because this report is the last report that we have, and I will request through the chair of chairs that all the Section 79 reports be moved to our next council meeting so that we deal with this item. When we are done with this item, we go home. My point before I was stopped, let me put it that way. When we reached 5 o'clock, I wanted to ask the council that now we are in the middle of the report, and now it's 5 o'clock as we agreed. So may I request a 20 minutes extra so that we finish this report, then go home. But unfortunately, I was not given that space to request and propose those 20 minutes. Then therefore, I am asking to this honorable house that now it's 5:30. I want to be out of here at 6 o'clock. So now we are going to, do you allow me to extend? Councillors, can I hear from your side? Do you allow me to extend? Councillor Club.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we need to protect the decorum of this house. The discussion on the adjustment budget was already in motion before 5 o'clock. So there's no extension further, except that we conclude a discussion that was in motion. We are not in an exam room like in UNISA when they said in 3 hours, the lecturer will come and pick up your paper. You can't, therefore, when there's a matter being debated, then you mechanically want to use violently time and weaponize it to stifle a discussion that is already in motion. So there's no extension of time. It's the conclusion of an item which was on the platform. Then what we need to do is to agree with you that the remaining items are deferred to the committees, so that we are able to deal with them and ventilate them wherever they need to be done, that or to the next council, as you will guide that. But I just wanted to caution you that the discussion started at 4:45, and it was in motion. So there were issues of order and point of information which ensued in the middle of a discussion. But what we need to take cognizance of is that the principle must remain of 5 o'clock so that we don't have tomorrow that we get another extension of that particular time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Noted, Chief Whip. I would like the chair of chairs, for record purposes, do you allow us or do you agree for us to move the Section 79 reports to the next council meeting? I want you to say it in records so that it can be recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. There are 33 reports that I would have submitted. I would like to defer them all to the next council so that we can deal with it then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, I want to put it in your mind that there were those 2 reports from the Chief Whip office for the upper limits of salaries for councillors. There are 2. And then we said we'll deal with them at the end of our agenda. So we are dealing with this final item, which is item 26. So can I get a comment on you? Thank you. Alderman.
No, thanks, Speaker. If you look at the 2 reports, it's 21-22 financial year, 22-23. Therefore, President in 21-22, it was immediately after COVID. There was 0 increase on office bearers. Therefore, we are approving that report. The second one is that there's no money here. The reality is that you can't put an increase to councillors and punish the workers. That needs more money than all of us here. Then we are not increasing anything there. We're just accepting the recommendation as they are placed in the 2 reports. Thank you.
Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I think, thanks my colleague, the Alderman Maluleka. It is indeed true, but can we just formalize the votes, because we need to give feedback to the MEC urgently. So if we can just formalize the votes on these 2 reports, then I'll be happy. Thank you.
So okay, thank you very much. This report has been agreed on. So we will take them as a resolution. Thank you. Now let's go back to our main item, which is item 26. We still have speakers there. I don't want to take it for granted that the speakers, they don't want to speak anymore. I'll give an opportunity then that a person, if waives, then he will do so. Then the speaker that is following is Alderman Erasmus from EFF Plus.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Is that a point of order?
As a custodian of 5 o'clock, you requested an extension. And you were specific to say you want to see yourself out of here by 6 o'clock. What happens if we go beyond 6 o'clock?
Thank you.
Just a moment, Alderman Erasmus. For us to finish at 6 o'clock, I'm depending on these speakers. If they waive or they are saying no, let's just go straight to voting. then we don't give speeches anymore. Then definitely we'll finish in the next 5 minutes. So by 6 o'clock, we will be definitely out of here, Council. We will be out of here. I'll make sure that we are out of here, as long we are not going to call caucuses and the point of orders that are many. But let's debate the report. People, if they are waving, I don't want to be seen as a person that doesn't give a space or an opportunity for councillors to speak. But I think when we go to the for a voting, it will take us 2 minutes. Thank you, Councillor. Alderman Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll set the example. I'm waiving my right to speak. Let's vote.
Thank you. Councillor Middelburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I maintain that the resubmission of this adjustments budget is unlawful. But that notwithstanding, I have already addressed a number of the issues on the subject at the last meeting of Council, and I will therefore focus only on some of what I could not address then. It is only the coalition government that will submit an adjustments budget that defunds some 20 departments of a combined 640 million rand of money intended for service delivery for the remainder of the financial year, and call that essential for continued good service delivery. Amongst the defunded departments, we will, for instance, find energy and electricity, that is defunded by 100 million rand. All the while, our electricity grid's maintenance is legendary for its neglect and instability. Water and sanitation is defunded by 73 million, while the city loses about 900 million every year from leakages of its badly neglected water reticulation network. And roads and transport will be defunded by some 45 million. Yet we all have the experience of the appalling state our roads are in. There is no time to go through the whole list of every defunded department, because it is by and large every department of the city, save 4. The funds saved from defunded departments are reallocated in main to one department, the Regional Operations Department, to cover what is, for the most part, already incurred unauthorized expenditure. This adjustments budget is not one for the residents of the city, but it is designed for the coalition government to save their own bacon, to legitimize their unauthorized expenditure, and thereby to limit the extent of the embarrassment for the expected adverse findings in the next audit by the Auditor General. In addition, we notice that whilst we are presently struggling to collect all our revenue at 4% under-recovered against our main budget, now in terms of this adjustments budget, the coalition postulates an increase in the expected revenue by 140 million. That simply will not happen. Mr. Speaker, please minute my vote against the adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Middelburg. Let's move to Councillor Mabuza from Good.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And protocol observed. Good voted against the adjustment budget in the special meeting held on the 14th of April 2023 due to the following reasons. The first one was the non-submission of quality certificate to comply with Section 28 of the Municipal Financial Act, as well as Section 2 and 6 of the Municipal Budget and Reporting Regulation, respectively. So secondly, the city has an adverse audit finding, of which could also raise that issue. So it includes the unauthorized expenditure, fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure, as well as assets that were not correctly valued. As well, the most important one as well was the capital project, which were cancelled. And in the adjustment report, there were no recommended to say how they're going to mitigate the problem. And the third one was the insufficient budget allocation allocated to the township. And it was a very serious concern for us. We really, as Good Party, we really need to readdress the apartheid spatial planning we're hoping that in the next main budget, there will be an increase in allocation. So lastly, it was the issue of the time frame that we were given when they posted the information on the intranet. But after several engagement and deliberation with the DA coalition as well as with my party, and after the DA has managed to submit the required quality certificate to comply with the MFMA as well as the municipal budget and reporting framework. So good, therefore, we really want to support the adjustment budget to avoid provincial treasury to evoke section 5(2)(e) of the MFMA and the Minister of Finance to withdraw the equitable share in terms of the Constitution. So further to that, Chairperson, Speaker, what we want to do, and we really want to include the following recommendation moving forward. The first one will be to say a report to be tabled in the next ordinary council meeting to outline progress of the city in addressing the audit finding of the Auditor General's Office in respect of 2021 financial year. And secondly, in the near future, it will be very critical for the DA coalition to provide information or supporting documentation so that we're not being found in wanting when we have to read the documents. So we're doing this not to punish anyone else, but we try to make sure that, there's a compliance in terms of the relevant government policies and legislation to avoid unnecessary audit finding. So on that note, thanks, Mr. Speaker, we are supporting the budget.
Thank you very much. We've got one last speaker on this item, then we take it to vote. Councillor O. Mauluse, Cope.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, fellow councillors, and the residents of the city of Tshwane. Speaker, what just happened here leaves a sour taste for some of us. I want the following to be recorded, Speaker, in the minutes. I want to draw your attention to section 21 of our rules book. Speaker, this item was tabled 2 weeks or so ago as a motion to adjust the annual budget. I also want to draw your attention to section 19 of our rules book, Speaker. Disallowed motions during council meetings. Subsection 4 of 19 states that the Speaker must disallow a motion if the motion is one which the council has already dealt with within 3 previous council meetings. Speaker, there is a continued disregard of rules and regulations in this council, as prevalent and evident in the AG's report. We continue to encourage a wrong culture of breaking rules. Another thing, Speaker, is that you are setting a wrong precedence by allowing a motion that is already served within the 3 previous council meetings to be tabled here. We have the authority and power to reject this item, Speaker. The risk is that if you permit this item to go ahead, is that the same people tomorrow will bring a motion of no confidence on you, and they will rely on the wrong precedence that you are setting here. Because of the above, Speaker, I do waive my right to speak on this report, and I will not participate further in the voting thereof. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker on this item. And now, if I may be allowed, just a second. Thank you, councillors. Honorable councillors, it should be noted that according with section 1603B of the Constitution, the passing of the adjustment budget must be taken by council with the supporting vote of majority of the council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of this adjustment budget to vote. For the purpose of voting processes, I am requesting councillors who support the recommendation to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Thank you very much, councillors. You can put your hands down, please. Honorable councillors, the approval of this adjustment budget has now been passed with 165 councillors in favor thereof. Thank you very much, councillors. For the purpose of recording or for the purpose of records, I'd like to read these two items which were submitted by the Chief Whip. I just want to read them for record purposes. Office of the Chief Whip of Council, Annual 2020-2021, adjustments of council remuneration in terms of determination of upper limits of salaries, allowance and benefits of different members of municipal council. Item 2, Office of the Chief Whip of Council. Okay. And this report, the first report, is on page 4 to 13, recommendations on 8. As recommended, Office of the Chief Whip of Council, Annual 2021-2022 Adjustment Budget, adjustment of councillors' remuneration in terms of the determination of upper limits of salaries, allowance and benefits of different members of municipal council. This report is on page 14 to 43, recommendations on 23. As recommended, thank you very much, councillors. This meeting comes to a conclusion. The meeting is adjourned. Chairman, this one is yours. Which one? No, I didn't check it. I didn't. Okay.